Now we're going to go into the access control domain. And in this domain, we're going to go through what identification, authentication, authorization is, the different types of technologies that are used for this. We'll go through identity management and the components that make up identity management. Single sign-on, we'll look at a few of those technologies, and then we'll move into understanding intrusion detection systems in the different ones that are in the market today. Now we're going to go over some definitions that we'll need to know before we get into the actual technologies. We need to know the definitions to understand what the technologies are actually carrying out. So the common terms that are used in access control would be subject and object. A subject is something that is actively trying to access something. So the subject is something that's actively doing something, trying to actually make an access call. The object is something that's passive, that's being accessed. Now, can something be a subject and an object? It can. For example, let's say I'm accessing an application. Then I'm a subject, the application's the object. Now that application may need to make a call to a backend database. In that situation, the application is the subject and the backend database is the object. So these are common terms in access control and a lot of the literature that you could read. And what access control is really all about is controlling what subjects can access what objects and what type of operations and commands they can carry out. So in the first domain, we went through that there's different types of categories for controls. That would be administrative, physical, and technical. And so we have specific types of controls that fall into these categories that have to do directly with access control. So in physical examples would be locks, removing maybe CDs, the CD drives in somebody's computer so that they can't take sensitive data away. There's software and tools today that when you put it on like a workstation, it won't allow somebody to move data to their USB ports or to write it to their CD-ROMs. Other physical access control could be that you actually lock down the computer. Years ago, we had problems where people would be stealing memory and stealing processors and such. But these days, those prices have gone so low, we don't usually have that type of an issue. And of course, there's technical controls for access control. The big one is encryption, and we have a whole domain on cryptography that we're going to talk about. But encryption's a commonly used one to control sensitive data, passwords, biometrics, operating systems, databases. They all have their own type of technical controls to make sure that whoever's trying to access some type of data, they're the ones who are supposed to be. And then administrative controls. We went through most of the administrative controls in Domain 1 in security practices. So the administrative controls would be like policies and awareness and risk management and those types of things. And these all have to work together to be able to control the access to the company's assets. Now, where there's 3 different categories for controls, there's actually different services that these controls can carry out. They could be preventative. You're trying to prevent something bad from taking place. So that's maybe why you put a firewall in place, or you write a policy. These are preventative in nature. You're trying to prevent something bad from taking place. Another one would be detective. Detective is after the fact. Something happened, and then you have to have some type of tool to gather the data to figure out what happened. So a detective could be like an IDS or reviewing logs. Then there's corrective. There are corrective controls. For example, if let's say a workstation got a virus, antivirus software can be configured to actually clean that file. That would be corrective. It's correcting the file and removing the virus information from it. Now, deterrent is another example. And deterrent means that you're trying to deter or tell somebody, look, we're serious about our security, so don't even try to break in here. And some people have a problem distinguishing between like preventative and deterrent. A deterrent is specifically so somebody knows and somebody sees that you're serious and you're trying to say, look, go move on to an easier target. For example, like a beware of dog, you know, that's a deterrent. Or some companies have like fences and a guard shack out front, and there's no guards in there. There never has been, but that guard shack has been there specifically to be a deterrent so people think that they can't come directly in. Another service that controls can provide is recovery. So after something bad happened, they recover. Maybe the data got corrupted and you need to use your backup data, those types of things. And then the last type of control is compensation or compensating control. And a lot of people have a hard time understanding really what this is. These types of controls are alternate. They're, say for example, you did your, you found the risks, you found your vulnerabilities, and you have, let's say you need security guards. We figured that that's what we need, is security guards to protect our environment. But security guards are really expensive. And you did a cost-benefit analysis and you figured out that security guards actually cost more than the potential loss. So you come up with another type of a control, compensation for that one. And so then you would buy something cheaper like locks or fences or something like that. So that's very common, is where you think about one type of control that needs to be put in place to provide some type of protection, but either it costs too much, the countermeasure costs too much, or that countermeasure can actually interrupt business functions, so you can't use that type of countermeasure. You have to go to another way. And that's a compensating control, when you have to go to like the secondary alternate control. Now, these are broken down, and you're going to have to not only understand the combinations of like preventative administrative, preventative physical, but you're going to have to know examples. And what I have found when I teach this is people will see these examples and they'll read them on slides or read them in a book, and they're like, yeah, that's simple, that's no big deal. But what you have to realize is that you're going to get a question on just one of them pulled out. When they're all listed, when all the controls are listed with a headline, it makes a lot of sense. But if you get one of those pulled out, is it actually a recovery control? Is it a detective control? Is it administrative? Is it physical? So don't just blow that off. You really need to pay attention, because you're going to get some questions that could be tricky about concepts that are actually pretty easy. So some examples of preventive administrative would be policies. You develop policies, so you're trying to prevent people from doing the wrong thing. You're providing direction for the actual overall security program in the environment. The hiring practices, you're trying to prevent from getting bad people in. Security awareness, you're trying to prevent from the users not doing what they're supposed to. Separation of duties. Now, how do you think separation of duties is a preventive control? Well, separation of duties means that you take one task that's critical to the company and you split it up, and not just one person can carry out this critical task. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to prevent fraud. You take a critical task, you split it up so that one person can't carry out fraudulent activity and no one else knows about it. You're actually going to see separation of duties a few times in the different domains, because it's hit pretty hard on the exam, but it's also becoming much more important within the industry. So preventive physical, we're trying to prevent something bad. We have physical controls for that. Like I said, to remove the CD-ROM so somebody can't steal sensitive data, locking the computers, fences, locks, man traps. A lot of those things we're actually going to talk about when we go into the physical security domain. And technical, these again aren't too difficult. You're trying to prevent something by using technical controls. Smart cards, so somebody has to authenticate before they can access. callback systems, which means that if you're remote, you're calling into an access server and it will drop the line and call you back to make sure you are who you say you are. It's part of the authentication. So along with preventive controls that you need to know about, there's also detective controls. And again, it's a combination. There's administrative detective, there's technical detective, and physical detective. So administrative detective, the use of auditors, that would be administrative, which is not auditing. Remember in this exam, when it says auditing, that means actually logs are being created from like an application or a database. Using auditors means that an actual auditor is coming around to check and make sure everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing. That's an administrative control. And it's detective because it's after the fact. They are checking after practices are already going on. Inspections. Now job rotation. How do you think job rotation would be an administrative detective control? Well, and for a security reason, we use job rotation because somebody could be in one position for years and they could be carrying out fraud and we don't know about it. So we want to make sure in the critical positions within an organization that we actually don't allow somebody to stay in that position for a long time. We rotate somebody else in. And this happens a lot within the financial world, the financial institutions, where somebody who is, doing some type of transactions or overseeing accounts, they will have somebody in that job, and then after, maybe 4 months, somebody else goes into that job. And the goal is that maybe that second person is going to uncover some fraud that's going on that the company doesn't know about. Now, something similar is called mandatory vacations. And again, it usually happens in the financial sector where people who are in critical positions have to take their vacation, and it usually is that they have to be gone for 2 weeks because you need to rotate somebody in there and give them long enough to figure out what this position is, what it's all about. And the goal of the mandatory vacations, again, is to uncover if any fraudulent activities are going on. So we have technical detective controls. Remember, detective is after the fact. So that's IDS, Intrusion Detection Systems, detect something, an attack after it's taken place. Forensics, that of course is after some type of incident took place. So you, again, will need to know the categories of administrative, technical, and physical controls, and then the types of services that those different controls provide, and then the actual combination. Is this something that's detective? Okay, it is. Is it physical, administrative, or technical? So it sounds easy, but the questions will be more difficult. Now, one of the most difficult things in access control is actually managing the access control. Creating the accounts, assigning permissions and privileges, but then managing its whole life cycle. And we're going to get a little bit deeper into that where we talk about identity management. But a lot of environments have accounts that the people have quit, and they're called orphan accounts that are not being used anymore. Attackers love that because they can find out the credentials for that account and work as a legitimate user, and no one would know. And also, we give everybody too much access. Almost every organization each user has too much access because it's hard to determine, Fred, does he need access to the file server? Well, what does he need to have? Read, write, modify. What about the printer? What about this? What about that? So it's difficult to actually figure out exactly what level of access each user account needs, and that's why identity management is really becoming big in the industry, and why it's on the CISSP exam. And we'll get into that in this domain. Now, another difficulty is that it's not just user accounts on an operating system that you have to worry about, but there's user accounts on databases, applications, different platforms, the mainframe, and each one of them all need different permissions and access levels. So our environment is very complex with the level of the type of software that we have out there, but all the users who need to access different things to keep track of that properly is pretty difficult. Again, why identity management is becoming more important in the industry. So one of a best practice thing to do is that when you get a new employee, they need to read the policy and understand what they're supposed to do as it pertains to the company assets and information. They should go through some type of security awareness training. And then it's best if you actually have them sign a document stating, yes, I've read the policy, or yes, I've gone through security awareness, because that gives you legal protection. If the user does something that they're not supposed to with your critical data, they can't come back and say they didn't know. And there's a lot of cases where the actual employee, the fired employee, won because the company did not do what it was supposed to do. So it's a good practice is after you tell somebody they go through a class or they read the policy that they actually have to sign saying that they understand. Now, authorization creep is, we talked a little bit about it in Domain 1, and it's very common. It's where somebody starts at a company and they get a promotion or they move to another department and they get more resources, more access to resources, more privileges, more permissions, and nobody goes back and figures out, well, she doesn't need access to this payroll system anymore because she's in this new department. Usually, they keep on adding permissions and rights so the user can carry out their functionality. So authorization creep is very common, which just means that somebody is continually getting more access and privileges over time, and administrators or a security person is not going back over to make sure this person only has the permissions and access they need. That's least privilege. So accountability to get in between myself and the server, that would be a man-in-the-middle attack, and they would spoof my address or act as though they're me and then carry out activities. It would seem as though I could be doing bad things because I initiated the connection and this person, this hacker, is using my ID. Now, if somebody came and questioned, why did you do this? Why did you steal this information? What would happen is, if it went to court, you would have to prove that the company actually provided a trusted path, meaning that nobody could have got in there, which would mean that only I would actually be able to carry out that activity. So a trusted path means that there is no way for some type of man in the middle or somebody to be able to take over that session. Now, I'm talking about like communication between a workstation and a server. Within an operating system, we will actually get into operating systems, how they're built, and talk about processes and such. But there needs to be a trusted path between the user and the security kernel. So when you actually, let's say in a Windows system, you do Control-Alt-Delete and you're going to put in your username and password. Now, if I'm an attacker, I can create a page that looks just like your login page. So you put in your username and password, so my software has grabbed your credentials and it... but those are more hacking types of things. For the CISSP, what you need to understand is a trusted path, which is something that can't be circumvented. Now we're going to look at identification, authentication, authorization, and the different types of technologies used to provide this service for environments, and different types of access control methods. As always, the terminology needs to be understood. The difference between identification, authentication, authorization. Usually, like I said, maybe your first name, first initial of your first name and then your last name. But what's important is that you don't have a descriptive value that describes what you do in the company. So I shouldn't have a user ID that says, you know, payroll administrator or a network administrator or something, because if that information is descriptive about the user account, then that tells the bad guy that's a powerful account. I want to get that. So the actual what's used for identification should not be describe what that user can actually carry out. So authentication mechanisms. We're going to talk about the technologies that provide authentication, which is proving identification. And there's different categories. It could be something that you know, password, PIN number, account number, something that you have, a smart card, a memory card, a token. What about something that you are? Does that mean if you're a moron or if you're a Republican or you're a Democrat, you can access? No, something that you are is some type of physical attribute. So that's a biometric. So we're going to go through the actual technologies and see how they work together. Now, something that you do need to know about is what's called strong authentication. And strong authentication means that there's two of the authentication types that I just talked about. So you'll have an identification, and then you have two authentications. So there's identification, Sean Harris, and then there's authentication, which maybe I have a smart card and a PIN number. That's something that I have, something that I know. Maybe there's a smart card and a biometric. That's something that I have and something that I am. So strong authentication just means that there's actually two pieces for the authentication piece that has to happen correctly before somebody is by the programmers, because they could, you know, people could tinker with things, and that's happened. Manipulate some type of code so they can carry out fraud. You know, separation of duties is it's not a hard concept to understand, but to actually implement it is difficult within companies. It means that you have to understand the business processes. How do we do something? And where can one person carry out too much that they're not supposed to? Where's our risk there? So the company actually has to understand how a process takes place, and then where there can actually be fraud that takes place, and then split those up between two entities. It could be two people or two departments. So like you can't have somebody who puts in a purchase order and approves that purchase order. You have to split those up. That's a simple example. And for the CISSP exam, you need to know what I've talked about for separation of duties up to now. But in the real world, when you're not just taking an exam, this can get very complicated, and it's one thing that a lot of companies are struggling with, and more products are actually providing separation of duties functionality, because it's very hard to do manually. Now, I said that there's different type of authentication mechanisms and technologies that we're going to go through. So we're going to look at biometrics, the different types of biometrics, token devices that create one-time passwords, memory and smart cards, and a little bit about cryptography keys, even though we're going to kind of pass over that because we have a whole domain on that. So the first thing we'll look at is biometrics. And biometrics is a technology that's been around for a long, long time. And the industry has kind of been waiting for years for it to come, make its own, just like PKI. Next year is going to be the one for PKI. The next year is going to be the one for PKI. And the same thing happened with biometrics. We thought next year it's going to become more important. Next year the industry is going to want it more. And a lot of biometrics company came and went waiting for that boom. But of course, it was really after September 11th that biometrics really started to get more interesting and more used within the industry. So, because it's hard to move from something cheap like passwords to something more expensive and complex like biometrics. And people, users, we don't like it as much. It's in our space, you know. It's too personal. But we're getting more and more used to it because we have to provide the necessary level of protection that's required. So with biometrics, there's some type of a reader, there's a scanning device. So you will put, if it's a finger scan, you'll put your finger in there. You know, if it's a palm scan, if it's an iris, there's some type of reader, and it's going to collect. And those could be lost, they could be stolen, and they could be duplicated. It's really hard to duplicate like your fingerprint. And it can't be guessed like passwords. Passwords can be guessed, they could be forgotten. You're not going to forget your iris pattern. So they provide more security than the other things that other type of authentication mechanisms we have out there. But of course, they're more expensive usually, and they're more complex. So a lot of people, you know, have to get used to these types of this type of authentication. Society is getting better about it, but again, it's in our personal space, and we're using it, you know, like Homeland Security is using it to try to identify known or suspected terrorists. Biometrics can actually be used for verification or identification. And if you're using biometrics as a verification, that means you're already providing identity. So you're saying Shon Harris, and then you're providing biometrics, which proves the identity. And that's called a one-to-one. It's one-to-one because I'm going to provide that biometric information, and there's a match in the database already. If they match, that's a one-to-one, and that verifies my identity so I could be authenticated. Now, a different way of using biometrics would be identification. And that would be, it's called a one-to-many or one-to-n. And that would, like for example, at a crime scene, when they pick up fingerprints, they don't know who that is. So they take that fingerprint and they run it through a whole, you know, database of fingerprints until they get a match. That's how biometrics could be used for identification. We usually use it for verification within an enterprise, or if you're using biometrics externally to be able to get into an environment, then it could be used for identification. So one of the common ways to use biometrics is the actual iris sampling. And the iris is the color portion that's around the pupil, and everybody has a unique pattern. You know, there's little, in another domain. So this is just a comparison that facial recognition is one of the harder things for a biometric system to make a one-to-one match. Iris is the more accurate. And let me just say this, is that some people have a real hard time with the word accurate and biometrics, because anybody who's worked with biometrics, they know that there could be errors that we'll talk about. But when the CISSP exam talks about biometrics being accurate, it means that's the type of authentication that is that's the hardest to fake. You know, passwords and smart cards, those are easier for the bad guy to fake it, but it's biometrics that provides much more protection because it's harder to be an imposter. So once again, the verification, once the client, the user sends the information over to the access server, and it'll just be like a regular, it could be a domain controller or just like any type of access server that you commonly have. You don't have to have a specialized piece of equipment. It's just that it has to have software to understand how to process this type of authentication information. So again, it's encrypted or it could be hashed. It's compared to what's in the backend database, and there'll be a yes, no. Either, you know, there's a failure, access denied, or access is granted. And of course there's issues with biometrics, just like everything else. There's always issues we have to look at. Because with biometrics, if let's say it's a voice print, which means that when I first am going to enroll with a voice print, it's going to give me words that I have to say. And then when I'm going to authenticate, it's actually going to move those words around so somebody can't just record when I say those words and replay it. So that it'll move those words around. But what if I have a cold, or what if I have a sinus infection or something? That can change my voice, and it may not authenticate me. Or if your finger, you have a cut or something. So these are issues that, like with passwords, we don't have to worry as much about with biometrics, because it deals with the body or deals with how somebody carries something out. There's a little bit more sensitivity. Now, I said that there's different types of errors that could take place when we're using biometrics, and they're referred to as type 1 and type 2 errors. So a type 1 error would mean that I have an account, I've gone through the enrollment phase, and I try to authenticate, and I'm rejected. So type 1 is somebody should be authenticated, but they're rejected. A type 2 is when an imposter is actually authenticated. So somebody doesn't have an account, they haven't gone through the enrollment, and they should not be authenticated. If that happens, that's a type 2 error. So I mentioned that there's a calibration with these devices, and it depends upon the sensitivity level of your environment. If you're using a biometric just at a regular workplace, you're actually going to allow some type 2 errors, because if you don't allow any type 2 errors, that means that that it's very strict. That you absolutely have to have a match between the biometric data and the data in the database. So if you don't allow any type 2 errors, that means there's going to be a lot of type 1 errors, which means that your users aren't going to be able to authenticate each and every time. So just like with everything with security, it's a functionality versus security balance. So in some environments, let's say somewhere in the government that has top secret information, they may have it where there's no type 2 errors, and in that they're just going to deal with it, that there could be more type 1 errors and their user may have to authenticate several times. So you calibrate it to your environment depending upon the level of protection that you need. Now there's a metric that's used within the biometric industry, and it's called the crossover error rate. And the definition is that when the type 1 and the type 2 errors are exact, when they're the same value. And how does this come into play? It's when there's different vendors that make different types of biometric products, and you can go by their marketing data and they say, yeah, ours is very accurate and ours is great, ours is the best. But how do you as a user know that this is a very accurate successful? So in the software, we usually have configuration that you can, after a certain number of failed logins, the account is suspended for maybe 20 minutes, maybe 2 hours, or maybe the account's suspended indefinitely, which requires the administrator to actually unlock it. And then, of course, all of this should be audited, the unique user account, time, date, what applications are being accessed. So these, a lot of people have heard what they're supposed to do with passwords, and it seems as though, since we all know it, passwords would be very strong. But the reason that we have to keep saying the same things over and over again is because people use passwords like the name of their dog or their, the favorite football team. When I've done assessments for the government, and after hours, it depends on the type of assessment we do, but after hours you can go into somebody's office and just kind of look around, and if you figure out what they like. If there's a certain football team they they really like, then that's what you're actually going to try to break their password. Or if somebody has a bunch of horses, pictures of horses. So it's usually somebody picks something that's interesting in their life. So, passwords is just the help desk and the administrator and people who are in the network will tell you that it's a constant support issue. And that's why when we get into identity management, we're going to look at the actual technologies that has been developed so that people can reset their passwords, or there's some way to not always have to call the support help desk when somebody forgets their password. So there's different types of attacks that are common to crack passwords, because that's what the bad guys going to want to do. They want to crack your password so they can authenticate as you and have access to the resource. So there's a dictionary attack, which we're going to walk through how that takes place, and there's a brute force attack. Now, brute force is also called an exhaustive attack, and it just means that you do something over and over again. In a password, how a brute force attack takes place is it doesn't just try to guess the whole password, it's guessing the sequence or the combination of the letters that make up the password. So in a simplistic way to explain it, it would be for the first character, is it an A, is it a B, is it a C, is it a D, until it gets it. Then it goes to the next character and goes through the whole thing, all the character, the alphabet and numbers. So brute force is trying the sequence, where dictionary is trying to figure out the actual whole password. So how does a dictionary attack work? Well, there's several different tools out there to carry out dictionary attacks, which is the tool itself has a word list, and these word lists have a whole bunch of words on there, and a lot of times the tools come with word lists, and then you can download them from the internet. They have word lists in all different the languages. So you have, let's say that I want your password. Now, when you type in your username and password, your password goes over the wire. It shouldn't be in clear text. The passwords are usually hashed with like an M5, M4 type of algorithm. So what happens is I grab your password and it compares it to this list. Now, this tool doesn't have to go through and guess what your password is. It'll just compare to the hash value. So I have your password that's been hashed with MD4, and then it's going to compare to the whole list of all these other hashed passwords until it finds a match. And that's really reduced the amount of time that passwords can be broken. And that's one reason that the industry is trying to move away from passwords, but also corporate environments and government are increasing the size of their passwords, because these type of tools and techniques are always coming out. So again, the things that we should not do: you shouldn't use a username as your password, which of course it sounds like duh, but I bet you're in a place where users actually do it. So if my name or if my ID is S. Harris, my password shouldn't be an S. Harris. You shouldn't use anything that other people can get a hold of for your password, like your address, or your birth date, or a license plate number. It needs to be unique and hard to guess. So what do we have left if we can't use full words? Well, an easy way to come up with a complex password is to develop a phrase, something that you're going to remember. For example, take me out to the ball game. And what you do is you take the first letter of each one of those words and you use them, but you supplement some symbols for them. So like instead of an O, you'd use a 0. Another one is there's more than one way to skin a cat. And so you take the first letter of each one of those words and you don't use all letters, but for like a T, you put in a plus sign. For an A, you use the @ symbol. So these are ways to actually come up with complex passwords that you can remember. Now, some environments, the security team or the network team actually uses these type of products to figure out if their users are using strong enough passwords. Because you're really not going to know. I mean, you could set the software to say that the password has to be 8 characters, it has to have this upper and lower and symbols, but you don't necessarily provide more security than using the regular password because it's only good for this one session. So if the attacker actually cracks it and then they try to use it to authenticate, the authentication service knows that it's already been used and won't allow them to authenticate. So it provides protection from replay attacks, which is just what I said, is that somebody cracks a password and they try to authenticate as you. That it can't happen with one-time passwords, or it's a lot harder to. It protects against eavesdropping, in that if somebody eavesdropped on your password, it doesn't matter because they have such a small window to figure out what your password is, and then they have to get it to the authentication service before your system does. Now, one-time passwords can be created in software or through an actual physical token. So what we use commonly today are actual physical tokens called synchronous tokens. And the one-time password is based on the time, and we're going to go through the steps of how this is calculated. But one thing I want to mention right here is that a synchronous token can be based on a time or event. Now, time means the actual time. It's using its own clock, and it's using that as part of the one-time password, or the synchronous device could be based on an event. And what that event would be, I will see that random value on a screen. I'm going to put it into my token. I will type it into my token. My token device will encrypt that value so I see a whole new value. And then I put in my username, I type in this new value, it gets sent over to the authentication server. The authentication server will look up Shon Harris account, will have the necessary key to decrypt that. If it can decrypt it, it knows that it came from this token. That's how it knows of what you have, that you have the right token. Because if my token device encrypts it, that has a key within it that matches the key on the authentication server. So the authentication server, if it could decrypt that information and it's the value that it sent over in the first place, then I'm authenticated. So this is asynchronous. Asynchronous means there's steps involved, versus synchronous means the authentication server and the token device are synchronized. Now, in the industry today, asynchronous is not used as much as synchronous because there's too many steps for the user. Usually we use synchronous, and usually it's time-based. So here we just go through the initiation, which means you send over a request to authenticate. There's a value that comes back. The token encrypts that value, sends it over to the authentication server, and comes back with you use that value as a one-time password, just like I just went through. Now, I said that we were going through the different technologies that are used for authentication. We talked about biometrics, we talked about passwords, we talked about token devices that create one-time passwords. Another common way that we do authentication today is use some type of crypto key. Now, I'm not going to go into what type of key is used when right now, because we have a whole domain on cryptography. But what you need to know is that using cryptographic keys is one way to authenticate, and then in cryptography we'll go through all the different types of keys and how they're used. So another common way of authentication is using a passphrase. And a passphrase really is just a longer password. And it's usually a phrase like stick with me, kid, and you'll wear diamonds, that whole long phrase. And since it's a phrase, the idea is that you'll remember it, versus a password that's actually that many in some way, so they could either get the sensitive data that's on the card, or they could use that card to authenticate as you. So we're going to look at some of the more common attacks that can take place with smart cards. Now, there's a fault generation attack, and what that means is that you're going to change something within the environment. Maybe the reader, you're going to change the voltage that it uses, you change the clock speed that the reader's using. The goal is to change something outside the card to make it break down, make it give up information that it's not supposed to. So you're manipulating something that the software on the card can interpret and will, it's just like breaking into software. You know, it's going to give you some type of information that it's not supposed to. So fault generation just means you're manipulating something outside the card to get into the data that's on it. And then there's software attacks, because since the smart card is a computer, that means it has to have software. And so just like attacking a web server or an application, this software on the smart card can have flaws, and most software does. So you can put bogus information, or maybe even buffer overflows, or some type of data from the reader that will go in through the I/O port of the card, and will make the card be wide open for you to actually gain the data that's on it, or maybe it will give you control that now you can change the PIN and you can use the card yourself. So a software attack is just like any type of attack on any type of software, and hackers are just going to try over and over again until they find the actual flaw to exploit, just like in an application. Now, a side channel attack is much more sophisticated, and they're not used just with smart cards. Side channel attacks have been used for other purposes, and we'll actually look at this type of attack again in cryptography. But a side channel attack means that you're not actually doing anything to the smart card. You're not changing the temperature around it. You're not changing the voltage from the reader. You're not sending data into it. A side channel attack means you're just watching. You're just gathering information on how it works. And you gather the radiation that comes off while the smart card's doing its thing, the time that it takes for the smart card to activate. So these are very sophisticated types of attacks that have been successful to be able to figure out how to break the smart card. And again, it's been used in cryptography to figure out like a private key. You just watch and gather information to see how that thing works instead of being intrusive and trying to actually attack it. So these, of course, this isn't something that happens necessarily commonly, side channel attacks, because of the level of sophistication. But if you think about it, the more and more that we use smart cards, the more that we depend upon them, the more that there's going to be attacks. If there's no sensitive information on my smart card, who's going to really care? But like over in Europe, they use these smart cards as money. They have money on the smart card, and they put it into a reader, and it deducts from how much money is held on that card. So there's going to be more and more sophisticated attacks as these cards are used more and have sensitive data on them. And then there's something called microprobing, which means that you're going to take the card, you're going to peel back that gold piece that is the import, the I/O port, and then you actually have like a laser to strip back the film or what's actually protecting the integrated circuits, and then you just connect directly into that circuit. So you are taking this card, you're getting directly into the circuits. You actually, because all the circuits have like a coating to protect themselves from heat and the environment, you strip that back, and then you clip right into the right into the circuit itself, so you can get the information directly. Now we're going to go into a section that covers identity management. And this is actually quite a large thing in the industry that takes a lot of different types of technology and processes and people that need to do different things. Identity management is really a complex thing because so much is involved. So if any of you have participated in identity management rollout, you know how complex it is. And we're going to look through not all, but some of the technologies that are required for a full enterprise identity management solution. And we're going to, of course, cover what the CISSP exam will cover. But really, there's actually other technologies that are usually involved also. So identity management itself it's a term that, different people have definitions to, where it's pulling data and then it'll push new data out, so everything, all the tools and all the software are up to date. Now what the directory actually pulls from and does not go back and update is called an authoritative source. An authoritative source is where the identity the real identity actually came from, where it started. And in most identity management solutions, it's being pulled from the HR department, the HR database, because the HR database has, all the information on the employees and the contractors, has their contact information, their address, their role within the company, their management's, the manager's name. So the authoritative source is where the identity starts, and that is, the most correct information within the environment. So again, it's usually the HR database. So the directory, the identity management directory, will pull the data from the authoritative source and have all of this information in one place, so the different applications and tools that need to use it to be able to carry out provisioning, workflow, user management, access control, they will pull it from this one source. And so again, directories in identity management, they will do a bidirectional update to these other components, but of course they're not going to update the HR because the HR database is the authoritative source. HR data comes down, and the directory can't change it because the HR has the most up-to-date information on that identity. In a lot of environments, there's a directory and then there's something that's called a meta directory. And the meta directory is really the one that's actually doing what I'm talking about, really going out and pulling all of that information. Meta directory, metadata is data about data. And so you can have a directory that all the tools and all the applications communicate to, and then you have a meta directory that actually is collecting all of the identity information and feeding it into the directory. So if you think about, you have a directory that's centralized, that has all the information for access decisions to be made, and all of the applications that need to make identity management processes. The directory is a centralized place. It could have a meta directory that's actually going out and getting the information and then populating the directory itself. Now, it could be a meta directory, which means that it actually has the information that is pulled from the different what's called identity stores. So it would pull information from maybe a SQL database, maybe from a mainframe, maybe from some type of server, maybe from some type of another type of database. So the meta directory means the data is actually there. Now, what the industry is moving more towards is what's called a virtual directory. The virtual directory doesn't actually hold all of the data in one directory, in one database. it knows where all the information is. So when a request comes in, let's say a user wants to access a resource, there's going to be a request that comes in, and we'll look at the data or ask for some specific data from the directory. Now the virtual directory knows where the information is on the other system, so it will redirect to where that is. So a virtual directory doesn't actually have the information physically there in a directory, in a database, but a meta directory does. So if we look at this slide, this is really how things kind of work in directories and within identity management. You have the virtual directory. In this slide we have a virtual directory, which means that it's responsible for getting all the identity information and possibly security policies from the different sources throughout the environment. It has all of that within the virtual directory, and that's available now to the resources that need that information. So we could have web services that's going to access the virtual directory through HTTP. We can have another directory application that's going to access through XML or web services. We have a database that needs to access the information in this virtual directory, maybe coming through LDAP. So you see on the top, those are the applications that need to communicate. They need to gather the data and use the data in the virtual directory. Now you see the bottom. The bottom is where the virtual directory has actually pulled its information. So we have like LDAP will communicate to different directories throughout the environment. We have ODBC, which means that it's communicating to a database. So at the bottom, those are what's called database or directory connectors. They connect to where all of the identity stores are that has information. It's pulled up into the virtual directory, so then it's available for all the different applications to come in and access and use it as needed. Now something that's probably a little bit more familiar to us is web access management, and that just means that the administrator can control who is accessing web servers. And this is very common for e-commerce or any type of any type of web service. You have dynamic information being given out to users. Now, web management, web access management is usually a plugin that goes into the web server, and usually it's going to be controlling a web server farm. So it will control the access. So when there's an actual request that comes in for access, the plugin isn't going to make the decision. That's not where the credentials usually sit. There will be a access request that come in, and then it knows where to point to the database that has the credentials. To be a connection that is kept, which means if you have a single sign-on set up with the website, that has to keep state. That means that connection has to stay there. The server has to remember and keep track of what you're doing. So once you send over your credentials, what's going to happen is there's going to be a little cookie that's created, which is actually like a text file. The web server is going to send that cookie back to your browser, and it's going to it'll stay in memory in your browser. Now, let's say you're looking at checking. Now you want to go and look at your savings, and the web server is like, "Whoa, you can't. We have to make sure you have access to this." And the web server will make a request to that cookie to see if you are authenticated and to what level, and then it'll allow you to go into the look at your savings. The web server will actually continuously look or probe this cookie to make sure there's no man in the middle, to make sure that somebody else isn't actually hijack the session. So it's going to continually check the cookie to make sure that you are who you say you are, and you've already properly authenticated. And that's what it means to keep state. It's it's tracking exactly what that user is doing. So whatever you do, deposits, withdrawals, looking at different accounts, it's going to make audit trails of all of that, and it's going to remember and track all that you do. So that's what it means to keep state. And so again, the web management access is commonly a component in the whole identity management enterprise solution, because the outside users are usually coming in through the web server farms. And they we want them maybe to have a single sign-on so that they don't have to keep authenticating for the different resources they want. And then we'll have a different technology for the users that are internal to the network and not use the web management access component. Now, earlier we talked about passwords and how passwords should be complex and how we shouldn't share them and all the rules. And I also said that passwords are quite a pain to most help desk employees and the network employees, because people are always forgetting their password, and then they call and say, what's my password? So that usually takes a lot of man hours. And so within an identity management solution, a lot of times there's password management technologies. And the technology, there's 3 different types. There's password synchronization, and what that means is once your password is set, it goes to the technology that does password synchronization. It takes that password and it sends it out to all the resources that you have access to. So if my password is blah, then blah will be my password to this server. Blah will be my password to this application, etc. So it's not single sign-on. It just means I have one password that I'll have to remember to get into the different applications. Now there's also a self-service password reset. And what this means is that you can actually, the users can change their passwords, reset it themselves instead of having to call help desk. And how that works is, let's say I forget my password. Well, when my account was set up, there was already like cognitive questions asked of me. Where did you graduate from school? What's your favorite color? All of this information. So when I go to this self-service password reset, it will ask who I am, and then it's going to ask those questions, like 3 out of 10. If I answer those correctly, then I can go in and reset my password all by myself. But in identity management, the account management software, actually there should be a workflow set up for how accounts are going to be set up, how they're going to get approved, how permissions are going to be assigned to it. So in most environments what happens is that, let's say there's a new employee. That data about the new employee comes down to the directory, and another thing that comes down to the directory is who the manager for that user is. So the new employee information comes down, maybe that they're a manager, what department they work in, the time that they work 8 to 5, and who their manager is. So then automatically through the user management software, there's a request to the manager and says, hey, this person needs an account, and can you approve it? The manager has to approve that account. Now, it could be the manager, or it could be somebody delegated with this type of approval. Then once that is approved, then the accounts are set up. Now, the accounts can be set up automatically at the different systems, or like a ticket could go to IT and said, set up these accounts for this user. So again, account management you should have a workflow process, and what that means is, how are we going to set up accounts? How are they going to be approved? How are we going to audit them? How are we going to log them? And this is a common way. HR to directory, automatic email to manager. Manager says yes and approves this account, and then the accounts can be set up, or the accounts in the different system for this one user could be set up. Now, you may have heard of provisioning, and provisioning and account management, they go together. Provisioning means assigning the user specific resources or allowing them to access specific resources. And this all works together. All of these technologies have to work seamlessly to provide a whole identity management solution. So again, let's say a new user comes, a new employee comes in the HR database, it goes down to the directory sends out an email for the account, and the manager approves the account. Now, it's not just approving the account. You have to approve of what type of access, what type of privileges, all of this stuff. And although the CISSP exam doesn't really go this far, but I'll just tell you, in reality, that manager doesn't know what kind of access or permissions that this new user should have. They can't go through and say, he should have read to this and he should have write to that. What's really in identity management, what's really set up is roles. Roles are set up, and the manager will assign this new user to a role. That role already has rights and permissions assigned to it, and what type of resources it can access. So I haven't seen that the exam is actually making that connection, but in reality, you actually don't start to set up an identity management solution until you have a role-based system already set up. So again, provisioning means that you're allowing access to the resources within the environment. And why a lot of this stuff is confusing is because there's not one application, there's not one product that's going to do all of this. You can have a meta directory product that does user management, let's say. Then you can have another product that does provisioning. You can have another product that does access control. It's a very complex beast, and it's very expensive. And since you have all of these different products that have to carry out identity management processes, there's a lot of customized programming that has to take place for everything to communicate, not only those tools to communicate to each other, but then to communicate to the resources that are on your network. And that's why, because of all of this customized programming that needs to take place, it takes place currently, that's expensive, and it's very time consuming. And then if you need to make some changes, it's customized, which means you have to get that program or a similar one in to make changes. So that's why the industry is moving towards using digital certificate. Maybe their access level on different applications, like I said, maybe their credit rating or background check information that's been done, or their clearance level. So within the profile, the user can update the information that's accessible and safe for the user to update, and then the administrator can update the other components to keep it safe. We've covered a lot of different technologies. We're going to cover one more that falls within identity management, but let's just take a real quick review. If we look at this slide, you see that external users, they'll come in like through web apps. If they're coming in through web apps and they need to access web-based resources, then we have web management access control tools. Remember, that's the plugin on the web server that is allowing access from the external user, and it will allow, most of them are going to allow a single sign-on to take place for that user. So that's usually the external user. Then with the internal users, that's when you have your the profile update and the password synchronization and the things that the other items that we've talked about. And I think that this is a good graphic where it breaks down between what access management is, what identity administration is, what identity provisioning is, and what directory services are, because all of this stuff gets real jumbled, and in reality, a lot of the products actually combine several of these functionalities, so it even gets more. But you see that we have identity, we have authentication, we have authorization, we have delegated administration, which means that you could delegate maybe administrator to do a piece. So you can have like a high administrator that can configure and control a lot of things, and he could delegate to other administrators where they can keep control of smaller things. We have registration, password, self-service, and the directory service. Remember I talked about the directory and why that's so important? Because that has all the information that these other tools and products are going to connect to. And remember, it's usually an LDAP directory, and it could be using a meta directory or a virtual directory. So, and you see at the bottom there that they connect to, the directory actually connects to that, or that's a small environment that is not heterogeneous. It doesn't have a whole bunch of different types of applications and devices and operating systems. Most environments are heterogeneous, meaning they have a range of everything, different types of devices, different flavors of Unix, different versions of Windows, mainframe, legacy. So if you have an environment like that, that's one thing to key in, which most are. If your users have more than 6 passwords that they have to remember, they're writing them down. So you need something, some type of identity management to control that. If it takes your company more than a day to set up a new account, then you probably need something like this. If you're unable to revoke access from an account within a day, that's not good. You need something that's automated. So there's, some companies have pieces and parts of identity management. A lot of companies are building whole enterprise identity management solutions, and those are usually the larger companies. So again, what you need to know is like the password management, user management, web management, legacy single sign-time, and then each place that they go, they don't have to log in, and also their security context is going with them. That means the level of authorization that they should have. That's how it is for the user. For companies, it's easier because you don't have to log in to each one of them, and the sell can happen much more quickly if they don't have to log in. So Federated ID is something that's really new, kind of new and just starting to flourish in the environment. So again, as an example, it is between companies. So let's say that I want to have access to company B. Well, I authenticate through company A, and then company A passes my authentication to company B, and company B will allow me to access their resources. Now, again, I'm going to step outside of CISSP just for a minute, because you really need to know just the basics about Federated ID. What's actually going on is we're using web services and SOAP and XML and all of that, open standards. That's what allows for this type of thing to take place, is open standards. But the exam hasn't gotten that deep yet. You need to know just basically what Federated ID is and what it allows you to do. Now we talked about identity management, and one of the big threats is identity theft, and that's why a lot of these new tools and this technology is going out into the industry. If you're supposed to be at, Microsoft has been hit with this, so if it's supposed to be MSN, you should actually look at the URL. And we don't really think about that because we're on the internet, we're going all over the place. We don't think as much about security as doing whatever we want to do, go and find out the weather or go and buy something. But because we don't think about it, that's how these attacks take place. You go somewhere that looks familiar and you just assume it's the place where you think you are, but really it's a whole nother server that's collecting information on you. So there's a lot of different ways of gathering information. You can get pop-ups, or you can get some type of message and then you say okay, and what happens is something's downloading on your system and it's gathering information that may be pushed back to the attacker. We had a whole storm of emails that came supposedly from different banks and different merchants, and the text always said, you need to click on this and update your information or your account's going to be suspended. And in the beginning, this really started a couple years ago. In the beginning, a lot of people fell for it and gave up account numbers, social security numbers. But we had so many of them happen, people got wise. So we don't get as many of those emails. Now, what's the problem with identity theft? People have gone through hell trying to recover from this type of attack, because if somebody ruins your credit, there's 3 different credit bureaus that have this information. It takes forever to be able to correct that. Sometimes, people have actually gone to buy a house and they couldn't get it because they found out somebody's been using their identity. And you can't usually clean it up very quickly. It takes a long time to track this down and communicate with the banks and all of this. If you go through this, sometimes it takes up to 3 years to get your credit and to get everything back to normal. So another way that data has been collected for a lot of years, it's called dumpster diving. And we don't really think about necessarily everything we throw away. And people have been getting information from trash for a long time. Even the cops have done it to get information about some suspect. And we actually cover this a little bit more in the legal section, because there's this whole thing about dumpster diving isn't illegal, but you could be trespassing. So if the actual trash can is like on the public street, or if it gets put into the actual dump truck, then it's open to the public. But we'll go into that more in that domain. But for now, this is where identity management or identity theft happens also. It's not just digital, because companies, throw away a lot of information that could be used against them. Users do it all the time. And that's why, more and more people are buying shredders. You need to know what you're throwing away and what could be used against you. And this, these aren't really, this isn't CISSP, but just so you know that identity theft attacks are evolving. They have evolved. It's not just through email where it says you have to change your account information because people wise up and that doesn't work as much. Now people are calling and actually calling you and saying this is your bank and will ask you for your social security number, or there'll be an automated thing that said you won some type of prize. You just have to type in your social security number and then you can get your prize. So these types of attacks are evolving as people are wising up to the previous ones. Now another issue that can come into play with identity management or identity theft is spyware. And Now the CISSP exam, if you look at the actual domains and what they have listed and we don't want marketing data. Spyware usually collects some type of sensitive data, social security numbers or online banking information or something. In the first domain, I talked about that our overall hacking has changed. There's been a whole evolution of hacking where it used to be just people having fun, it was challenging. A lot of hackers did it so that they could brag to one another. And now the hackers are much more organized. It's a lot of organized crime that's involved. It's much more towards profit. It's not for bragging rights anymore. So the people who are carrying out a lot of the attacks now are trying to fly under the radar, and they have specific targets. In the past, hackers used to, and they still do a little bit, but they'll scan the whole network and find, maybe SQL service running because they have an exploit for that. They don't care whose SQL database it is. They just want to exploit it because it's fun. Now hackers will pick a specific target and go after that specific target because they know somehow they could benefit from it. And they are staying under the radar, and this is one reason that viruses are they have already started going away. Viruses that used to spread throughout your email, your contacts, that's really a thing of the past because those viruses, it didn't help the virus writer, it just spread a bunch of malicious software. It didn't help them. Now the attackers are doing things that isn't just going to spread and do nothing for them. They're going to have attacks that are directed, organized. Some of these groups are unbelievably organized and are all about profit or attacking another country. So spyware could be used, which means that somehow something's going to get installed on your system. It could be through an attachment on an email. It could be some type of a pop-up that comes onto your system. It could be any kind of message, really, and they look real. That's how people get fooled. They actually look real, and they could be, it says you can get a free screensaver, or that you can. What was really common is it says your system has been compromised by spyware. Download this spyware tool and we'll clean it up. And if you say okay and download it, it really is spyware. Now spyware means that it's on your system, it's just sitting there, and it could do a whole bunch of different things. It depends on what the payload is. Gather information, it could destroy browser. Your email client should not accept HTML graphics. HTML is a markup language that can have malicious commands within it. And so that's why a lot of people don't accept HTML to come down into their email. They actually won't, it won't show up. That's when you get the, where there's supposed to be a graphic, it's just a little X box because it could be something dangerous. It doesn't allow that to come down. If you get a message that wants you to click on a URL, it's better to, instead of clicking on that URL, because that could be a bogus, it could say msn.com and in no way is it. So you should take that URL and actually put it into the browser yourself. So there's a lot of things that we can do, and within an organization there's a lot of products that are going to do content filtering and antivirus and all this stuff to look for this type of malicious software. Now we're going to go into single sign-on technologies, and I mentioned and talked a little bit about them when we were going over identity management, but now we're going to go into the specific types of technologies that can be used. Now, in the industry, there's actually a lot of different types of products that provide a single sign-on capability. For the exam, we need to know what ISC² has listed as single sign-on solutions, which is directory services, security domains, thin clients, Kerberos, and Sesame. And so we're going to go through each one of those. But I know, and you may know, that there's other single sign-on products that provide this type of functionality. But this is for the exam. This is what the information we need to know. So single sign-on, again, it's all about just having to provide one credential set. The user doesn't have to remember all these passwords to be able to do their job and get access to the resources they need. And like I said before, the security issue is that if I only have to remember one credential set, then the attacker only needs to compromise one credential set and get access to everything, which is called keys to the kingdom. So, we've got to weigh. Every organization has to weigh if they need a single sign-on, if it's the best for them or not. So a single sign-on, it has much more efficient logon. If your users have to have 4, 6, 8 passwords, this is a more efficient way to go. Users can be, the user management can happen a lot easier since all of the accounts will be in one place. Then they can be, you can administrate them, you can maintenance them, and then if a user, leaves the company or somebody gets fired, you of course can have more than one domain, and then you have trusts that can be set up between them. So you can have a domain, an internal trusted domain. You can have maybe a domain for your partners that you have less trust with, and it's all based on trust on the amount, how authentication is going to take place between them. So I may be able to authenticate to one domain and hop over to another domain if there's a trust relationship and if I have authentication to do that. So somebody with a higher trust level, a user with a higher trust level, can usually access more than one domain or more resources. And that makes a lot of sense, is that the more you're trusted as an individual, the higher maybe your role has a lot more privileges, and you can access more resources and more domains than somebody who is less trusted and maybe just a user. Now, another technology that ISC² puts out as a single sign-on is thin clients or dumb terminals. Now, dumb terminals were used a long time ago. They connected to the mainframe. And I talked about mainframes in the first domain, that's where all the processing took place. And then they connected these terminals, these dumb terminals, where processing actually wasn't taking place on these terminals. It just allowed users to interconnect or connect and do time sharing and use the mainframe. Now we don't really use dumb terminals as much as we use thin clients. And thin clients means that the users, the principals, are going to send over their credential information to get authenticated. And then the ticket granting service is going to allow for these users to be able to communicate to other network devices. So let's see how this takes place. Within a KDC, we have an authentication service, and we have a ticket granting service, a TGS. Within the KDC, again, that's where all the principals' credentials are. Now, in an environment that is using Kerberos, a principal cannot talk directly to a principal. So I cannot just send over a print job to a print server. I have to go through this whole authentication process. No principals, they don't trust each other, so they can't directly communicate. So what happens is I come in 8 o'clock in the morning, I sit down at my workstation, I put in my username and password, my username gets sent over to the authentication service. Not my password, my username. But I have typed in my username and password, and I don't really know what's going on in the background. So I type in my username and password. My username goes over to the authentication service on the KDC. Now the authentication service looks in its user account database, says, is there Shon Harris? Yes. And it looks up my key, my secret key. It will take my secret key and it will encrypt a ticket. It will encrypt a ticket called the TGT. Now, when it gets to my system, if I've typed in the right password, that password is used to decrypt that ticket, and now I'm authenticated to my system. So again, I come in 8 o'clock in the morning, I type in my username and password, my username goes over to the authentication service. If I'm in the database, it gets my key, my secret key, and a ticket is created that's encrypted with my secret key. It goes over to my workstation. My password is cached because I've already typed it in. If I typed in the right password that is used as the key, it will decrypt that ticket, and now I'm authenticated to the system. Now I can get on my system, do my files, but I can't go and talk to any network resources yet. I've just authenticated to my system and deal with that issue. And all of the principles, all of the software that's being used for the authentication has to be Kerberized. And that means it has to have software that can actually understand this whole ticket and key business. So like I said, not everything usually can fit in a single sign-on environment. You'll have some type of legacy systems that don't understand Kerberos, so it can't use that for authentication. Now, something that's very similar to Kerberos is called Sesame. People usually aren't as familiar with this technology, but it really provides exactly the same type of functionality. It's a single sign-on technology, but where Kerberos is based on symmetric cryptography, Sesame uses both symmetric and asymmetric cryptography. And we'll look at how that comes into place. It doesn't use tickets, but it uses privilege attribute certificates. So Sesame goes through the exact same steps as Kerberos. I log in, and instead of communicating with a KDC, I'm communicating with an authentication server. Now that authentication server, once I am authenticated, will allow me to communicate to not a TGS, but an authentication attribute server. So it's the same kind of functionality, but they use different labels. And it's not tickets that are going back and forth. It's called PACs, Privilege Attribute Certificates. And where the authentication or the asymmetric cryptography comes in is that there's digital signatures on the communication that's going back and forth. So you have to have asymmetric cryptography to be able to carry out digital signatures. And that's the main difference between Kerberos and Sesame, is that Sesame is actually using digital signatures to validate who just sent it some information. So if you're not familiar with digital signatures, that's something we will cover in cryptography. So Sesame, same thing as Kerberos really, but it uses asymmetric cryptography, and it calls the same types of components that carry out basically the same type of functionality, different names, like the privilege attribute server instead of the TGS, a PAC, a privilege attribute certificate instead of a ticket. Now the reason that Sesame was even created was to deal with or overcome some of the what was seen as security issues with Kerberos. The goal was if you integrate asymmetric and required digital signatures at each point, that provides more security, more authentication between the components that are communicating. But Sesame never, it didn't really win the war. Kerberos won the war. That's what's used most in most environments. Now, like I said, that Kerberos is an open protocol, and that means that vendors can change it however they need to. They can change the code to work with their products, integrate within the environments. And so what like Microsoft has done has taken Kerberos and taken some pieces of Sesame, and they actually kind of combine the two, where there's a PKI involved. Now, for the CISSP exam, you don't need to know about combining Kerberos and Sesame. What you need to know about is Kerberos. It's based on symmetric cryptography. There's a KDC. It has authentication service and ticket granting service. Tickets are used for authentication. Principals use the tickets for authentication. It's a single sign-on technology, and it's vulnerable to password guessing, and it could be a single point of failure. The same things actually are true about Sesame. Sesame too is vulnerable to password guessing, but again, it's not that it's vulnerable to it. It just that doesn't go into the realm of what it covers. Now we're going to look at access control models and need to know. So you could see on the exam, what is a characteristic of a DAC system. It would be need to know, and what that means is only allow access to whoever should have it, not to the whole world. Now, of course, we have a lot of different security issues. With DAC systems specifically, one of the problems is that malicious code can download and run in the security context of the user. So let's say I'm logged in, I'm an administrator on my workstation. If I have spyware or some type of Trojan horse, I download some type of malicious code, that is going to work as an administrative security context because I'm an administrator. So that's what the bad guy wants. The bad guy wants as much privilege access as possible because then they can access more resources and do more damage. This is why the new Microsoft operating system doesn't make users automatically like administrators. They're trying to reduce the security context of the basic users. So you have to configure for more privilege. And it has to do with this issue where you get malware downloaded and it'll do whatever you could do, access any type of resources or carry out any type of operations. So DAC requirements of the user are the security requirements, and that's how they're going to determine how to build that software. Now, another type of technology that's used in environments where mandatory access control systems would be used is called a guard. And it could be a piece of software or a dedicated hardware device, and it's controlling how different classification data is going back and forth. Basically, if you have a Mac system that's holding top secret information, that system has a high trust level, a high assurance level. Now you have other systems that doesn't have as high of trust or high assurance level. Do you want those systems to be able to directly communicate with this server that has the highest assurance level holding the top secrets for the nation? No. So there's got to be something that's actually understanding and controlling that type of communication. So a guard will basically sit in the middle between different systems that have different classification levels. So if this one server has top secret, and let's say another server has only secret, when it tries to make an access, it has to go through the guard. The guard has rules already set up of what type of information can come through. It may sanitize the data, it may not allow it. And so if it does allow it, then it goes to the top secret system. And usually the top secret system isn't going to be communicating back. The only thing that usually comes back is an acknowledgement of receipt. So you can have a Mac system and have DAC systems and other Mac systems. You don't want them directly to communicate with your server that has such important secrets. And then so that's where the guards come in. They will look at the data, go by their rules, and determine if this type of information can go to that server. So I said that DAC is really what we're most familiar with. We just don't use that terminology, especially with packet filtering, which we're going to talk about the different types of firewalls when we go through network security. So the last access control model we'll look at is access control matrix. And this is very simplistic, and actually the DAC model uses a matrix like this. And in the matrix, we have rows that are we have columns that's the objects, and then we have rows that are matched to the capability of the user. So if you go through the top of the matrix, at the very top, these are the objects like file 1, file 2, file 3. And what's connected to that object, let's say file 1, what's connected there is at ACL, just like I talked about. Who could do what? Who could read? Who has full control? So the object has an ACL connected to it. The user has a capability table. So a user has like a profile, which can be called a capability table, indicating what that user can do with the resources. So if, let's say on a Windows environment, when you log in, a profile comes down from the domain controller, and it dictates what your working environment is. Maybe you can't change the system time, maybe you can't work as administrator, but you can, access this and you can access that. That profile is your capability table because it indicates what you as a subject can do. So capability tables, they can be like a profile, they could be a ticket, like we talked about in Kerberos. Tickets can indicate what you can and can't do. It's just the user or the subject's capability. What can they carry out? And a lot of these, of course, are configurable. Your profile is configurable by the administrator. In Kerberos, what you can and can't do is configurable by the network administrator. Now, another type of access, and this is somewhat new to the exam, but it's temporal access, and that's based on dates and times. So you can lock down, or you could set a rule that says that Joe can only access the files in the database Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. So that means if Joe or somebody's using an account that's Joe's account is trying to access over the weekend, that's not normal. There could be something going on there. So temporal access has to do with dates and time. Another example could be if were hired after this date, you can't have access to these files that were created previously. That's another example. So up to now, we've talked about identification, authentication. We went through several authentication technologies, passwords, biometrics, smart cards. We talked about identity management and all the technologies that fall under that umbrella. We went through the models, DAC, MAC, role-based. And now we're going to talk about how access control is administered. How are we going to control all of this stuff? You know, who could do what? And our choices really are centralized, decentralized, or a combination of the two. So a centralized access control method is just like it sounds. You have one group who is controlling who can access what. And so, you know, for example, you have a domain controller that is enforcing a specific security policy, and everybody within that domain is being, the access is being administered centrally that way. And you have a decentralized, which we'll talk about, which just means that everybody's like doing their own thing. It's kind of a peer-to-peer approach. So centralized is the most common in most environments because you really want one group making the decisions, configuring the technologies to determine who can access what, and they should all be following under the same security policy. And this allows for more standardization, so everybody has you know, the rights that they need. If it's decentralized, and people can come up with their own access permissions or decide on different rights, then it's not, you know, a consistent and standardized approach to administration. Now, you could also monitor, and you can have uniform processes of assigning, setting up user accounts and setting permissions and taking them away. So there's several technologies that allow for centralized administration. On the CISSP exam, they look at specific remote centralized administration technology. And what we'll cover is radius, Tacx Plus, and diameter. Now, all of these are referred to as AAA protocols: authentication, authorization, and auditing. That means that these protocols carry out all of those functions. Now, it could say, the last one could say auditing, or it could say accounting. Even in the industry, that last A is commonly changed out because it's really not just auditing. A lot of people think, well, yeah, it's just keeping track of who's doing what. But that's how, like, service providers charge customers. Like corporate accounts has, you know, going through a service provider for some type of, when let's say I make a request to access, my request goes to the Radius client and my credentials and requests go back to the server. Now the server, it'll send over, yeah, she can get on the internet, she's been properly authenticated or no, but it also could send over information like how much bandwidth I'm allowed to use, or if some type of like a VPN or something needs to be set up. So it's not just yay or nay if you can get onto the internet. Now, Radius isn't only used in ISPs. They're also used in the corporate environment. So if I need to log into my corporate network, I'm going to go through an ISP and I'm going to get authenticated that way. Now I'm on the internet. Then I'm going to go to my corporate remote access server that's using Radius, and I have to authenticate again. There's another Radius client there that communicates to a Radius server with the database. So it's not just for ISPs, it's used in corporate environments also. Now, Tacx Plus provides basically the same type of functionality as Radius. And Tacx has actually gone through several generations. It was Tacx, and then it was X-Tacx, which is extended Tacx, and now we're at Tacx Plus. So it just goes through different generations and more features and functionality. Now, a big difference between Tacx Plus and Radius is that With Radius, you don't have a lot of configuration control as an administrator. You can't get very specific on what the users can or can't access. In Tacx Plus, we have the authentication, authorization, and auditing features actually separated. So the administrator could choose to only use one or two of those pieces. In Radius, you get them all 3 A's. In Tacx, they could be split up. So maybe you only want to do authentication, and you have another piece that will do the authorization, another technology. And also it allows you to create much more detail-oriented profiles. So instead of just saying, yes, the user can be authenticated to the corporate network, the Tacx Plus profile can be much more specific, saying the user can have access to this and that. So it just gives you more granular control over your access administration. Now, Diameter is a new protocol that it doesn't seem a lot of people are very familiar with it yet. It's a replacement for Radius. And Radius is actually an acronym. It stands for, something. Diameter, the people who came up with that name, they have a terrible sense of humor because they came up with diameter because they say it's twice radius. Radius, diameter. That's where it came from. So that it's not an acronym for anything. So it's a built-on, or it's basically a new and improved Radius. And Radius has some limitations. It can only be used in SLIP or PPP connections. So we're going to talk a little bit more about what SLIP and PPP is in network security. But basically, it's an encapsulation protocol that goes over telecommunication connections. So Radius was set up because that's how computers communicated. They went over some type of telecommunication link. And Radius only can authenticate people through the traditional ways, PAP, CHAP, EAP. Again, we're going to hit really those a little bit deeper in another domain, but those are very traditional ways, usually based on passwords of how you get authenticated. So now we keep having all this different type of technology that is going to use different protocols, needs to authenticate differently. Maybe some devices don't have like a full TCP/IP stack, so they can't authenticate this way. They're not going over PPP connection. So we needed a way to be able to authenticate other types of devices that are going to go over other types of protocols and require different authentication methods. So that's why Diameter was actually created. And it's being slowly pushed out, but it's not going to replace Radius. Totally. Radius will be at the ISPs because the ISPs don't necessarily need all the functionality of Diameter. Diameter is only going to be used like in corporate environments that have several different needs for different types of authentication. Well, in our environment, we have we have wireless laptops, we have PDAs, we have smartphones. Eventually, not right now, we're not really, the PDAs and the smartphones aren't authenticating to the network, but eventually it's probably going to happen. And those don't necessarily have, a full TCP/IP stack, and they can't authenticate over the regular way, and plus they're not going to necessarily go over a PPP connection. So we have different wireless technologies. We have voice over IP, voice going over our network. Those telephones need to be able to authenticate, which isn't going to happen over Radius. You have mobile IP devices. So there's a lot of different technologies that require authentication and not over the traditional ways. Now, I mentioned mobile IP, and that's not necessarily a part of Diameter. It's just that Diameter will support authentication for something that is using mobile IP. And what mobile IP means is that you can go from like one network to another network and not have to log in again. Basically, you can log in
at one network, you get your IP address, you get your subnet and all your network configuration information. And then you go, let's say you take your wireless device and you go to over to another network. Well, what happens is that your information is sent over. You have a home IP address that's been assigned to you, and then when you move, there's basically information that says this person's been authenticated and they need one of your addresses because it's going to be a new network, so it's going to have its own IP address space. So when I go over to this other network, what I'm going to get is care of address. So that means that that's the address I use in that network, but I have an IP address in my own network. So that's uses these attribute value pairs. If you think about how a protocol works, a protocol is used for standardized communication between like two systems, any protocol. And you could think of it like a piece of paper with lines drawn, so you have some boxes. So let's say I have a piece of paper with 12 boxes. Now in those boxes, I've defined what type of values can go in these boxes. So in box 1, I can have, maybe a 1 or a 0. Box 2, I need to have a certain type of flag. So I have this piece of paper with this box, and when I send over the piece of paper to you, you fill in those boxes with whatever the empty variables are. So you take your information, you put it in those boxes, and you send it back, and then I interpret it. That's how all protocols work. They basically have a structure that says, this is the type of information I need. It goes over to the other computer. That computer puts that information in. It comes back, and then that information is read. So depending upon how many boxes you have will depend upon how much functionality that could take place. So where Kerberos really has it works off an 8-bit model, Diameter works off a 32-bit model. And what that means is it has a lot more boxes, which means you can have a lot different types of communication. And so it has boxes that can understand EAP, digital certificates, Kerberos, where the Radius protocol didn't have all those boxes. It only had boxes for PAP and CHAP and EAP. Diameter has basically boxes to understand voice over IP and mobile IP, where Radius didn't have that in its protocol. So that's how Diameter has more functionality, because it works on a protocol that has a higher bit. It's a 32-bit model, and it has all of these what's called attribute value pairs. And that just means that it has in a box a specific label, and then the receiver is going to fill in that empty variable of what that information is. Now, I don't know that the CISSP exam is not going to get that deep into what exactly an attribute value pair is, but you could see that term and you wouldn't know what it actually meant. So what you need to know about Diameter is that it is a centralized access control administration protocol. It is a successor to Radius. It has two parts to its protocol. It's got a base protocol, and then it's got extensions, which will allow the different types of technologies to use it. And it works on a peer-to-peer model. Those are the basic types of information you would need to know. So we covered 3 types of protocols that are used for centralized access control administration. That is Radius, Tacx Plus, and Diameter. And they are referred to as AAA protocols: authentication, authorization, and auditing. So there are other types of technologies that provide centralized access control, but really that's what the CISSP is going to cover. Now, the other choice is to have a decentralized administration. And this could be, that you just have peer-to-peer workstations and you don't have some type of like an access controller or a domain controller making the decisions. Or it could, a lot of large organizations have like their corporate head, they have their corporate environment, they have the different offices all throughout, maybe even the world. And in that situation, at one office, they will have centralized access control there. They'll control how access controls within their environment. Then another one will do theirs, and another one will do theirs. They're not all connected. So that's one example, too, of how a decentralized access administration could take place. They're not all centrally connected. So again, a big issue with that is that access control isn't taking place in a standardized method. So there's other ways of controlling access to information. These aren't too difficult. We're pretty familiar with those. Like a kiosk system, with like in a public environment, you can go and interact with a system, maybe an ATM machine. You're actually reduced to the amount of operations you can carry out based on what's presented to you. And what's presented to you is an environment with only a few buttons. So like an ATM, that operating system can do a lot more than just allow for withdrawals or deposits or show your account. That operating system can do more, but there's an access control, a physical access control piece in place where you only can interact and carry out these operations based on the buttons that are presented to you. Another way to carry out access control is database views. And we are going to go into databases and look at these again, but right now we need to know that database views is a type of access control. What that means is it's a logical way of controlling who could see what within a database. So, I could have lower access than you. Let's say I access the database and I can only see 3 records. You access the exact same database and you can access 10 records. It's based on the database view, which is configured by the database administrator. So other ways of controlling access would be like a profile that we talked about, setting up what a user can and can't do. There's a lot of different ways that are used within the models that we talked about to control what subjects can do with objects. Now we need to make sure that our logs are protected. And earlier in this domain I talked about accountability, and it's becoming more and more important within industry and in the exam. The exam is covering accountability more. And that's because we've got regulations that are coming down that are forcing the big guys, senior management to be accountable, so they're going to make sure everybody else is accountable below them. Now, why do we have to protect these logs? They're just full of, just mundane information. Well, they're really not. I mean, there is a lot of information within logs, but there is some critical information about who access different objects. And the reason that we have to protect the logs is because that's one thing that most hackers will go in and try to modify. So let's say I've hacked into your system and I've done whatever. I've installed a backdoor and I've took some of your sensitive data. Now those activities are in the logs. They could be an application log or they could be an operating system log. Now I don't want anybody to know that I did it, so I'll go in and I'll scrub the log. That means I'll take out the entries that shows what I did. So that's why we have to protect logs. Within the system itself, we protect them by assigning the right permissions. Like, nobody should really have right permissions to logs. they can have read permission to logs. So within the application or within the operating system, they're usually protected through permissions. Now, when you store logs, when you store them outside of the computer, we usually protect their integrity through some type of a hashing algorithm, which we'll get more into hashing algorithms in cryptography. So there's, logs, we are getting more and more logs all the time. That's because we're putting more and more types of technology within our environments, and everything's keeping track of what's going on, which is a good thing, except that it's overwhelming. So that's why we have like event generation, or you take all of your logs into one type of product, and it's going to have rules to indicate, this is what needs to show, this is what needs to show, we need to flag this. And so that somebody doesn't have to go through all the information in the logs, because usually there's a lot of mundane information there.
Now we're going to go into intrusion detection systems and intrusion protection systems. So intrusion detection has been around for quite some time. It's going to look for some type of attacks or suspicious activity. We're going to go into the different types of IDSs that are used on the market today. But there's two main types, network or host-based. So if it's a network IDS, that means that it's watching all the traffic on the network itself. It could be on a system with a NIC, network card, that's in promiscuous mode. And what that means is usually when we have a network card on our system, it's only looking for our address, our MAC address, and any type of broadcast and potentially multicast traffic that's coming our way. If a network card is in promiscuous mode, that means it's going to see all the traffic, which an IDS obviously has to do to be able to determine if there's malicious code. Now, there's one thing that IDS we have problems with in switched environments, and most of our environments are switched, meaning that we use switches more instead of routers and bridges and such, because switches are much more, we could do VLANs and it happens very quickly. We're going to go into VLANs and switches and telecommunication. But the problem with IDSs in a switched environment is the IDS really is just a sniffer. It's a basic sniffer which is watching the traffic that's going through. Now in a switched environment you have specific communication paths between a port to port. And a sniffer can't sniff or understand and watch every single port. So in a switched environment, what we have to do is we have to take all of those ports and mirror them and basically make one big port that's mirroring all the traffic that's going through. And then you have a sensor on that mirrored port so that we can make sure that the sensor is actually watching all the traffic that's going back and forth. So with IDS, what happens is that it's going to, if there's an attack that takes place, it's going to get those packets, and a lot of times there's more than one packet that's going to carry out some type of attack. So it will gather the packets, it uses an engine to reassemble. Now, a signature base cannot detect an unknown attack because it doesn't have a signature or pattern to map it to. Behavioral base can detect new attacks because it's not basing its decision on these signatures. So it can detect actual zero-day attacks where signature-based IDSs cannot. Well, if you look at an actual packet, we have headers, we have TCP headers and IP headers, UDP headers, and it can look for things that are unusual. Let's say a Xmas attack. This is kind of an older attack. But if you look at a TCP header, there's all these different flags like SYN, FIN, urgent, push. There's all these different flags that are used between systems when they communicate. Now for no reason, all these flags should not be turned on. They only should be like one at a time because it's used for communication. I could do set FIN flag to 1, and that tells the distant system that we're finished. But if there's no practical reason for all of those to be turned to 1, all of those flags to be on. So that's an example of a signature. That's what would be in a database, is looking for a TCP header with all of those flags turned from 0 to 1. So if the sensor picks up a packet with that type of signature, then it'll know that there's an attack going on. And another example of a signature would be to be able to capture land attacks. And a land attack is when the sender manipulates the IP header so that the source and destination IP addresses are the same. So if I want to carry out this type of attack to your system, what I'm going to do is I'm going to manipulate the packet header and have the source address, which should be my computer address, but I'm going to have the source address to be yours. So in the packet, the destination address, which is your address, and the source address, which is now your address also, is coming over to your computer. And computers that are vulnerable to this type of attack, they just don't understand. They don't understand because they're not written to have these addresses be the same. So, but that's an example of a signature. There would be the sensor would have a database, and it will be looking for if the IP addresses are exactly the same. Then there's an attack. That's a land attack. So I said one of the types of the IDS is behavioral based. And what's interesting is if you know the history of this type of technology, that's the type we started with. IDS was built within the government to be able to watch for not attacks, but users misusing resources. So when the first one was built, it was mainly to watch the government employees using a specific system to make sure they weren't doing stuff that they weren't supposed to be doing. And then that technology grew and was integrated within more of the security industry, so we're looking for specific attacks. Now, like I said, then the behavioral base, you're actually going to put the product in a learning mode, and it's going to understand or listen and watch all the different types of protocols that are coming through, TCP, UDP, ICMP, routing protocols, and it'll create this profile. Now, one thing you need to make sure is that there's no attack going on when you're building this profile, which has happened. So if you are, let's say you have this in learning mode, and actually you have a system that's going under attack, the IDS is going to capture that and consider that normal. So whenever this attack or this type of attack happens again, you won't be alerted because it's in the profile as a normal thing. So that's one thing to understand, is when you're putting it into a learning mode, that nothing suspicious is taking place on the network at the time. Now, something else that behavioral based can do is detect the attacks that are trying to stay under the radar. You know, a lot of attacks are very noisy, and that's because you use specific tools. If you're doing things that IDSs should be able to detect. The fragment attacks that we'll look at, or ping of death, or denial of service, or these things are very what's called noisy because they bring attention to themselves. And then there's other attacks that are very quiet, that stay under the radar. And I've done assessments where we had to look, basically the customer didn't know that we were carrying out an assessment. And we were testing not only being able to break into the environment, but we were also testing the security team, their reaction to certain type of anomalies or situations that were taking place on their network. So in those types, it's called a stealth attack or stealth assessment. And so you send like one packet at a time, or maybe a couple packets at a time. It's very slow and it takes a long time, but you're going under the radar. And that's what a lot of attackers are trying to do right now, is, of course, not get caught by the IDS. So this is something that the behavioral may be able to detect compared to a signature-based IDS. So signature-based is pretty straightforward. It's just like I said with the antivirus, you have a whole database of signatures. You have to constantly update these because new attacks are coming out all the time. So where the signature base is pretty straightforward, the behavioral base, which is looking for anomalies, is not as straightforward. And that's why it causes a lot of mistakes. You know, it throws up flags, it says that there's some type of attack, and it's really not an attack. So where we came from using only behavioral-based IDS, the industry has then moved to using signature IDS, and now what we're doing is we're combining them. Although the exam won't talk about combining these types of IDS products, in the real world, a lot of them are combining the way that they're doing it to try to make sure they address all or find all the types of attacks there. So, it could be on the anomaly base, it could be statistically based, meaning that you set thresholds, or when it captures what's normal in your environment, it will set thresholds itself. So for example, if you had 10 FTP requests in 10 minutes, that's not that big of a deal. That could be normal. But if you had 50 FTP requests in 10 minutes, that's suspicious. Something's going on. So within the IDS, there's actual metrics, statistical metrics that are used with an algorithm to be able to determine what is normal and what's not normal, and it's based on this threshold. Now, another thing that behavioral IDSs can look at is a protocol anomaly. And what that means is protocols are supposed to react, the same way all the time. I mean, protocols are used so we can communicate to each other. And so they're supposed to all be the same. If somebody's using TCP, TCP should look the same no matter where it is or who's using it. And what the protocol anomaly sensor will be looking for is when the protocol is not used as it's supposed to be. So if the flags, like I talked about, are there's values in there that there shouldn't be. Maybe that you've got HTTP traffic going to port 25. That's not normal. HTTP usually goes to 80. SMTP goes to 25. Now, the protocol anomaly products are based on the RFCs that are created. These are the standards of how to create a protocol. And what makes it difficult is that if all the vendors followed the RFCs, then really all of the protocols would look and act the same. But a lot of vendors kind of manipulate that's constant, or the type of protocols. But traffic anomaly is not looking at the actual headers or the data in the payloads of the packets. It's looking at what the patterns of the traffic is. And this is very common for, let's say, in the military units. You've got one military unit communicating to another unit, and of course the communication's encrypted. Now the attacker, or whoever the enemy is going to watch that traffic that goes back and forth, and even though they can't decrypt, they'll keep trying to break the encryption of what's being used. But while they're trying to decrypt it, what they're going to do is they're going to watch that traffic, because when the traffic actually changes, you can infer that something may be happening. For example, if you have, let's say you have one military unit, and you have there's a bunch of military units, or let's say they're all over the place. Now the adversary is watching all of these different, these network or these communication channels. Now if you see a pattern from one of the units, there's a lot of data that gets pushed out to the other units, and then just a small amount come back to that main unit. So you have one unit that pushes a bunch of data out to the other units, and those other units only send a little bit of data back. That's one way to determine where the headquarters are, because that means like the headquarters are sending out orders to the other units, and the units will respond that they got the orders. So I might want to. Now another thing that is kind of interesting, it's called a padded cell. And I think in law we're actually going to cover honeynet systems, and a lot of people think that a padded cell and a honeynet or a honeypot system is the same, and not really. A padded cell means that there's code that's written in an application specifically to look for some type of malicious activity. So there's some type of triggers.
Because when you have whatever your software is, there's a basic type of requests that are going to happen. It carries out its functionality, and there's actually code to look for suspicious requests or suspiciously formatted requests, which will act as a trigger. And once that trigger goes off, then the attacker is moved into a virtual machine that looks just like the environment, the same environment. So let's say I'm trying to get into your network, and I send in malicious or suspicious packets. This within the software will detect that, and it's going to move me, without me knowing it, into a virtual environment that looks just like the same environment. And I'm going to keep attacking and keep doing my things, and it's going to be recording all of my activities. So that's what's referred to as a padded cell. It's code that's embedded in a piece of software specifically to look for suspicious activity.